We're going to give this just a couple more minutes for people to file into the Zoom meeting for the class, and then we'll be starting. Welcome, comrades.
Mr. Lee, I love you, my child. Can you come here? Made my leg so. Can you come over here and check for my plethora and pill bottles? Huh? Why she sound like a whole parakeet?
Oh, you don't need those.
You want to see no pill bottles? Oh, no. Where? I was going to say, if you run away with some animals, you've already took this out. Oh, I'll leave. Oh!
Welcome, comrades. Class will be starting in just a moment. Hi, Chris. Hi, Josh. All power.
Oh, okay. We're going to start now. Anybody else left behind, don't join up. So, okay, we're going to start with a discussion. And I'm sure you can all imagine what it is we're going to discuss. So, a couple days ago, I know this, but the Supreme Court of the United States overturned Roe v. Wade. Now, this on part conservative Democrats and Republicans is predictable for decades. So this is not, in a theological sense, this is not a new development. Okay? And historically, it's also not a new precedent or situation. There was a time in America where we didn't have Roe v. Wade. And many thousands of women died as a result of military kits because of the medically necessary abortions that they had to have, or even socially necessary abortions that they had, economically necessary abortions that they had. I think it's a little over. And women were somewhat protected, not economically protected, because a lot of people couldn't afford to have this procedure done. So still many thousands of people died as a result of unsanitary conditions and, you know, you know, in a regulated situation, i.e. a doctor's office, or an unregulated situation. And the doctor's office situation is more economic suicide. I mean, you can run thousands of dollars in debt. No real way through electoral politics. It's taken by the court. Court is a distinct branch of people. You can elect the justices. There was some unprecedented increase in the amount of justices that we have, or term limits imposed, some other means change that way, which are all highly unlikely to occur. Given the Senate majority of the Republicans, and not even of a unified voting body of Democrats. And part with the fact that in this country, change like that just doesn't occur quick enough. I mean, it'll be 50 years from now before they actually manage to change some structure of government to make sure something like this can't happen again. Only left with a couple of options. One of them is defeatism, and the other one is direct action and dual power and building the institutions that we need to create an alternative society and alternative networks to make these things unable to occur in the future. To create the infrastructure needed to support women under the existing government. These are your only real options. Now, you will see many liberals saying that the government, rather electoralism, is the mechanism here we should be using. And I ask them if the mechanism we should be using, if voting was the means of making sure that this wouldn't have happened, and if we knew for over 50 years that this was in danger, why anything about it? So, if you want to say that that is a means of fixing this problem, your method, all of the it has failed every last hurdle. We are in the worst economic ever been in. We do not have time to sit here and say every 4 years your only solution to vote for some fucking candidates. This never solved anybody's problems. The homeless man was still homeless after Biden was elected. The women are in more danger than they have ever been in their entire states, economically, socially, politically. More people than ever before. here it's abroad. Because we have to remember there are comrades out in the third world who, as a result of even the most progressive candidates that we put to their countries are exploited. We need to stop justifying this. This is violent. It's dangerous. It's reactionary. It takes momentum of existing movements that need to build dual power. And we need everybody to be on board with it. It is extremely important. So I'm going to put the floor into a discussion about Roe v. Wade. What are your thoughts on it? Is you have a question? So the floor is open.
I think I said enough already in my text. It's one right, then it's another right, then another right, until
Recording in progress.
It's because of their right push toward revision reform. Because this is the thing we need to remember. Liberalism has completely infected the this after Stalin died, Mao died, right? And a lot of those countries collapsed. In the new modern strain of democratic socialism, this is heavily enforced. So remember that our enemies not only lie in the liberal and the conservatives, we're two sides to the same coin, but they also reside within not only communist organizations, but within our own rank and files. And this is not to be divisive. This is me setting the ideological boundary. We need to recognize that the time is really important right now. Like we've run out of time. We can't use these failed methods anymore. They don't work.
Well, there's a few things I'd like to say. This is really about Christians being morally opposed to abortion. It's a lot more about white people being frightened that they're becoming an ethnic minority in the United States.
Absolutely.
That white people are having less children, and they're panicked about that. They want to stop the decrease in the white population.
Can I insert a statistic very quickly?
Hmm?
I'm going to insert a statistic very quickly. 60% of pregnancies in the white community result in abortion.
yeah, that's exactly why they wanted this decision.
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. Now, obviously for 50 years, there were many times when the Democrats had the majority and they could have made abortion a federal as a right, which would have made it a lot more difficult for the Supreme Court to, they would have to declare the law unconstitutional rather than overturn a court decision. And that's very seldom happened that a law was ruled unconstitutional and the legislature with a 2/3 majority could overturn the Supreme Court. obviously Biden had never supported abortion, and never wanted to see a better law. He's always argued that it was a states' rights issue, which is just a way of abstaining from the issue itself. But the other thing I wanted to talk about is we got a real problem in the working class and the oppressed communities of single moms trying to support one or more children. We don't have equal rights in terms of equal pay for equal work. So women get paid, almost half of what men get paid for the same work. Rents are skyrocketing, and food is. One of the fastest growing groups of homeless are women with children. And I think one of the things as far as our survival programs, that we should aim towards where you have a big house and you put, 5 or 6 women in with their children into the house as a community, collective, and that way they can have in-house daycare and take turns working and doing daycare, and it's a collectivist, socialist way of dealing with a social problem, and I think that's something that we need to promote and get behind, and see if we can get backers from women that are outraged over this issue, that have money to contribute to help their sisters that have no choice but to have children, and lessen that burden. And I think that that should be high on our list of priorities, along with growing food, along with distributing food, along with health care, and the other issues that traditionally the anti-war movement has included. As I think we need to put sisterhood houses as because the number of women with children is higher than it was in the 60s. And it's also something that keeps women are struggling just to survive and feed their kids. They don't have much time for political activity, and this kind of thing will enable them to politically active and share the burden taking care of children.
So, to build on what Tom is saying here, part of the problem was that in the 60s, cheaper. And your dollar had more value. Oftentimes, and this is part of the reason why so many people were able to march. If you want to know my analysis, but that changed. There were crises, cost of living increased, cost of healthcare increased, cost of rent increased, and now at the point where we have restricted housing markets, the supply of houses has gone down dramatically with the increase of Airbnbs, at-will renting, these kinds of things. And so the amount of people that you needed to sustain one of these houses is actually a lot less back then. But of course, we have other methods at our disposal. So if somebody is inspired by this concept, you may not need to actually rent the building. The thing is, the People's Army has found is that if there is HUD housing near you that is unused, there's a certain way that you can use this housing until, well, for really as long as you want, until the government takes you out of there. And this is protected under the First Amendment right. It's protected under a variety of laws that are supposed to ensure that HUD is housing their people that are on their list. And there's other avenues as well. There's particularly in Indiana, you have the adverse possession, which that comes under the McKinley Act. So it had to do with it applies for across all the country. States have this. In Indiana, in particular, you get possession of that years, and you have to maintain it. There's a few other things you can do, but you can cut the time down as well if you do that. And this is otherwise known as squatters' rights. So there are two methods available that can make this the cost of housing for one of these programs is considerably less. But there is a third method as well, which is the traditional one, which is rent share. And this is a method that's been adopted by tenant unions for probably over 100 years, which is where you take the cost of rent for a property, and you get 4 or 5 people there, and they divide that cost evenly amongst themselves. Or in equitous way, where if somebody is currently pregnant or whatever, spend money on medical bills, this collective take on more burden. For however long that needs to happen for. But there are 3 methods that I can think of that bring down the cost of a program like that. But the floor is still open. I'm going to read Zen's comment here. That's why this decision is bullshit. Delegating it to the states is whether or not you qualify fully realize you who deserve human rights, bodily autonomy. Neighbors aren't entitled to vote whether you qualify as a human or not. See what that shit does. This country is one of the biggest violators of human rights in the world, and traditionally has been ever since. Everything you have is in the same way in Japan. When we recognize what fascism and imperialism is, we have to understand that it's tied into electoralism. That it wouldn't matter who voted into power. Every single person who was against of a minority is governed by lobbying. it's just saying that, the person with absolute power under a capitalist system has that's the person who gets the laws written, right? And there are huge PACs and action groups, conservative and liberal, who write laws and send them to, to the lawmakers. And so have a right to shelter. There goes your housing market. So you don't want to let right? It doesn't help you who runs Airbnb or or even a politician who makes money off of let's say you're a senator, you got stock in one of these help to let something like that. And then you even look at the way these corporations have responded to Roe v. Wade being over, right? And what are they doing? There are a lot of these people who funded the campaigns who put those Supreme Court justices who previously, who previously ran on platforms of being anti-abortion and all these things. Now they're funding, their travel expenses and healthcare costs for abortion. And why are they doing that? Well, what's cheaper? Paid paternity leave, child, or abortion, right? And you guys, there's material interest at play. Not everybody who supports abortion is on our side, right? There are nuances here. I'm careful about who we recognize as that, and furthermore, as what never available remedy to this problem. It's never going to be our material interest as a class that politicians are
A lot of people, when they die, they don't have heirs, leave their property to the church. And we didn't in Boston, and down to the where the church
part of that's part of women's kind of analysis, right? Because you got all these different groups, right? The community. For example, you got the racial community, right? Where you have the white, you have the black, Asian communities, the various indigenous communities, right? And then there are some people who are part of both of these overlap, right? So you can think of it as like you ever see a logic diagram where you got like true and then you got false, right? And oftentimes they're separate, right? Also where those two things overlap. And in the middle, you have things that are both true and false, right? So like true contradictions, for example. Well, instead of true and false, think of a ring of different bubbles, right? White, black, and they have some overlap because there are people that fall, and then there's even overlapping, multiple bubbles sometimes overlap, where somebody is, a quarter of 4 different groups, right? And that's their makeup, their ethnic makeup, their racial makeup, and oftentimes it's those people who fall into specifically the white group as recognition of, who classifies as white or black or who have you, and the people who fall into kind of a passing category. There are larger bubbles that overlap all of those communities. One of those bubbles, the gay community. There are gay people in every single one of those ethnic bubbles. And there is an even wider bubble that even overlaps with that bubble. And that's the capitalist bubble. You've got gay capitalists, you got black capitalists, you got Asian capitalists, right? And that is the bubble where all of these other bubbles overlap. And so when we talk about trying to find, right, the primary group that oppresses people in society, and there's another bubble too that overlaps the capitalist bubble. And this is the important thing. That is the proletariat bubble. Okay? So you've got 2 bubbles, both are classes in society that overlap all the other groups, right? And they are in contradiction with each other. They oppose each other. When we talk about social forces, that is what we're talking about. All overlapping in those 2 different classes. And they contradict each other because they're made up of people in opposition to each other in some way. And the contradictions between them can be antagonistic, which is struggle, that's probably violent, or indirectly violent, or they're passive, which means or not antagonistic, which means that there's some kind of debate, or it hasn't blown up into a violent struggle yet, or an indirect between those 2 groups. So what Fred Hampton is saying here is that when we make it about race, we neglect the other bubbles that overlap those racial categories. We say then that, okay, so we got black capital, we got white capitalists here. We also got black workers and white workers, right? We got, and a lot of times this doesn't happen, but we got black LGBTQ, we got white LGBTQ, right? That's the contradiction. It's those things that are in opposition to each other. It neglects the fundamental conflict in society, which is class conflict. we such and such. And it just so turns out that the way to increase your profit margin is to be as anti-human as possible. It doesn't ever have to be these huge conspiracy theories, but it can be. And when you talk about politicians meeting with the CIA, who meet with big business, that is a fucking conspiracy, and that can and does happen. So, I mean, we can have it both ways here, but you know, and sometimes these capitalists are in competition with each other, you know, but they still have the same kind of interests, which is to increase their profit margin. And so even if they're in competition with each other, two big companies, maybe let's say Walmart, Kmart, I know that's kind of early 2000s, 90s, but they can still do the same business practice of funding, say, travel expenses and healthcare costs for abortions, even though they're competing on the market, right? Because they have the same interest, which is to increase the profit margin. So, or the specific person or a group of people's shares increasing their value on the stock market or their assets, or in the U.S., there's a variety of things that they have that they're all fall into increasing the profit margin. But there's a bunch of different aspects that even go into that as well. Yes, exactly. They want poor people to hate each other, so they can't unify, right? Solves up sometimes. Oftentimes they don't want, position on the market, or, I mean, there's a variety of reasons why they oppose black business ownership for almost 100 years. Is because they want the white capitalists that dominated everything in the market with more capitalists, right? So there's even means of division amongst themselves that they go into to combat these concerns and to increase their margins and all these things. So it's not always a unified fight, but in a liberal, a neoliberal democracy, dictatorship capital in the U.S., that's less so they're concerned that it is strictly just making a profit margin increase. But this would not be a reason for us to unify with big black capitalists, right? Just because they're even in pre-civil rights era, because the oppression existed as a result of these capitalists, and even in the white community, it didn't matter. And that's what Fred Hampton is trying to say here. We have to have education to recognize the fact that our fight is not with whites or blacks or indigenous or LGBTQ. It's with capitalists. It's with oppression, right? It's recognizing that we are in a subordinated class. We are in a submitting class, right? And there is a dominated class that has control over the organs of the state, right? That's
a good way to understand capitalism is to think about gangster movies. Gangsters are just illegal capitalists, but when they're portraying gangsters a little more honest and open, it's like, who does the boss gangster fear the most? It's the lieutenants, the number 2 and number 3 guys, because they're always trying to become number 1, right? It's not the rival gang, on the other side of town so much as the guy sitting next to him at the table. And that's the way capitalists are. They're all in competition with each other, even when they're working together.
Yeah. They're
trying to find a way to knock each other off and climb over, the boss to get to be the new boss. Another thing is, you find in the movies a lot of times the Italian gangsters don't want to work with the black gangsters, but you know, they want to sell drugs in the black community. They got to work with the black gangsters. So even though they're prejudiced as hell, when it comes to money, they'll do whatever they have to do to maximize their profits. Because that's what the law of capitalism is. It's all about maximizing your profit at whatever cost. And a lot of times, like, there's a trend that was really popular and still is of companies knocking off the least productive 10% of their company every year, every well, what happens is you knock off that unproductive, and it has an effect on everything else. Research and development doesn't produce profit for the most part, but when you knock off your research and development program, you find down the road your product is less competitive than your competitor because his product is new and improved, and you're still doing the same old product. Or, you know, the whole thing of you have to lose money to make money. A lot of times, and then make an investment, and it's going to take 5 or 10 years because paying off. Well, if you knock it off in the first year, you're cutting yourself out of that market. You know, so a lot of times when things that they do bring on their own crisis. I think they're being smart in the short run, but in the long run, they're cutting their own throat. You can see that with like renewable energy. In the long run, oil and gas and coal are fucking killing us. You know, and you're killing the horse that you know you need to pull the wagon. You know, we can't breathe the air, we can't drink the water, but the profit is higher to keep doing the same old thing. So instead of switching to wind power, like in Holland, I was over there, and the trains, alongside the train track, they have windmills. And the trains run completely on the power and then sell the surplus to the national power grid. So not only are you not polluting, but you're actually making the train cheaper to run. They don't have to buy fuel for the trains. You know, they sell their surplus power and make an extra profit. They could be doing that all over the world. Why don't they? Because it takes an investment, you know, to switch over, change. And they don't want to spend that money, even though it's in their long-term interest to do so. You know, and that's where Marx talks about how capitalism acts as a brake upon development. That, you know, we see, you know, in Europe and in China and Japan, so they got high-speed trains that go 150, 200 miles an hour and look like a bullet. And then you see our trains, and they still look like the 1950s. Right? Well, why is it that they've developed? It's because in a lot of ways, the nationalization of the railroads. You know, they took out the equation of, you know, the bean counter who's only looking at short-term profits. So we have a dying infrastructure in this country because it's privately owned. You know, even estate capitalism is more progressive than private ownership. because under state capitalism, you don't have the immediate pressure, to make a short-term profit. The capitalist, because capital is profit bias, you could only think in terms of the next quarter. You can't think 5-10 years ahead, because if you lose money, you're going to lose capital investment. So you have to, the pressure's on to each quarter turn a profit so you can hold your investments. Socialism can make rapid advances, and Stalin showed that. He made 50 years of advancements in like 10, 15 years. Coming from like horse-drawn plowing to, turning out the best tanks in World War II in a period of 30 years.
Yeah. One of the things that we should discuss, because this is kind of supposed to be our intermediate class here, is like the basic terms. Because when we talk about profit margin, right, a lot of people don't really know what that is. There is a basic equation that you can use to think about this. So imagine you're a capitalist for a moment. This will only take a second too. Say you have, you have a building, you have machines in that building, you have people who work those machines, right? What goes into maintaining this business, right? That's the taxes you have to pay. That's the cost of rent or a mortgage or whatever it is on that building. That's the cost of maintaining those machines. It's the cost of your raw materials, right? It's the cost of your labor force. It's the cost of the power you need to run the building. Okay, and this is just basic. So those are all your costs, your input costs. Okay, it's some number, 10 grand. Okay, 10 grand a month or a week or whatever it is. Okay, then you have what you get from producing your product and selling it on the market. Let's say that's 20 grand a month. Subtract your cost of business from what you get on the market, you get what's called the revenue. Okay? If you have something that you want to do, like build another business or build another building or invest in something or put it in the stock market or whatever it is, you subtract from your revenue, and that's your profit. The profit is what you take from that business as a private owner. And it's always higher than what you pay your employees, because your employees, your cost for your labor was included in the first calculation, what you subtracted from the revenue. Okay, so it's what if it's probably like if it's a small business, probably like 2 or 3 grand a month. Okay? Your employees, they're probably bringing in, $500-600 a month, if that, right? Depending on how much minimum wage, they might bring home, $400, but you as a capitalist are making more than everybody else there. When we talk about increasing the profit margin, we're talking about the cost of business. Okay, so reducing the wages of your employees is a way for you, in the end, to increase the number of profit. Okay, all of the money that's in the profit, if you're not a worker owner, if you're just sitting back, and you even have an accountant who's taking care of the taxes and all the bills and all this shit, right? And you pay them too. You're just sitting there not doing anything. You own the building. You take home value that you, right? Every time if you have one employee who is, if you have a real small business, one employee, and you're producing something with a decent profit margin, in the end for you, or a higher revenue rather, you're taking home far more than you're paying that employee. Say that employee produces $1,000 a night, a revenue for the company. Okay, and the cost of your business is $500. Okay, every month, but every day every week. But every week they produce, $7,000 in. Well, that means that. Well, let's say, all right. So, what are you paying them? Right, that matters too. Say you're paying them, $10 an hour. They work 8 hours a day for 7 days straight. Right? What is that? That's 8 times 10 is 80. 8 times 7 is like, I don't know, something like $300 or $400, right? At $400, what is that? 7,000 minus 400. It's incredible distance in numbers. So you have $400, and it's like 6,400. Yeah, 6,400, $6,500. So, and you didn't need to do any work. If you went to back when tradesmen were worker owner and they just did their own thing and brought their stuff every week to the market to sell, and you didn't have a business, you just came there, and you had 10,000 coins or whatever it is for their product, or hell, maybe they're even exchanging products still using the barter system. You went to that market square as somebody with 10,000 coins, and you went up to the tradesman and you went, "Hey, I'll give you 100 coins a week if I can own all your products." They would call you a gangster. They would call you a criminal. What are you trying to get them to engage in? Why would they do that? They make far more without you. But furthermore, if you brought weapons and an armed force and arrangement, well, actually, they would call you an idiot, first of all. You then brought in an army, a paid army. You were the king and you controlled the market. They would call you a criminal. They would call you an enemy, right? Because what happens to them? They get exploited. So we have to recognize who we're dealing with. We don't care what color somebody is. This is why this is more important than that. What color somebody is essentially idealism. I mean, really, it's like, okay, I got beat up by a bunch of black kids or something when I was younger, and now I hate them. Or, maybe I got robbed by somebody who, or whatever it is, right? And that's like a really, really, like completely unfundamental way to think about society. You go around supporting everybody who's black or everybody who's white just because of the color of their skin. You're going to go around supporting the guy who just strong-armed the market, who's putting you into a condition where all the money all of the $7,000 that you just produced in the enterprise this week is not yours, even though you produced that value. He's essentially robbing you. So, talk about profit margin. This is what we're talking about. Revenue, right? When we talk about surplus value, that's the value the workers created at the end of the week, or end of the month, or whatever, minus the cost of enterprise. So another word for that is profit. What was that?
Now, look, no, this is how this went. No, just go all the way the fuck over there, because Corey done sat here and nagged me, mind you. My whole, everything from about here to about here right now has that really kind of needy, throbby fucking ache to it, and it pisses me off. So he wants to argue, you guys can have it. I can't eat them. They cut my mouth up when I think. So I go over there to get a sales for my fucking car because I sold half my shit for my fucking face tattoo.
Comrade.
Right. Is that I gotta put you on mute, or are you making an analysis?
Study. We can hear you talking in the study.
Oh no, I'm
Talking in the study.
I'm gonna put you on mute. So anyway, when we talked about basic definitions, this is something we discussion we got to have. So the profit, the revenue, your input costs, these are all different things, and it's measured in dollars. That's a unit of measurement, and they have different definitions. Those definitions are equations. So I hope my explanation of that is sufficient for all of you, and a lot of you already know these things, but it's important that we discuss them. So I just wanted to do that real briefly. We got one more video here, and then we'll have another discussion, and then we'll close out for the day.
I'm the deputy chairman of the state of Illinois Black Panther Party, Fred Hampton. And a lot of people don't understand the Black Panther Party relationship with white mother country radicals. A lot of people don't even understand that word that they're used a lot. What we're saying is there are white people in the mother country that we are for stimulating revolution in the mother country. We said that we'll work with anybody from coalition, anybody that has revolution on their mind. We're not a racist organization because we understand that racism is an excuse used for capitalism. If you know that racism is just a byproduct of capitalism. Everything will be all right and everything is put back, and we're going to have to put it back in the hands. Everybody in the state of Illinois is going to have to be involved or even around the revolution because we're going to have one. We're going to have to do more than law. We're going to have to do more than listen. We're going to have to do more than learn. And that's very hard. We got to start learning and you learn through practice. We got to start making mistakes and you learn through making mistakes. We got to start getting out there with the people. And a lot of times we think we're better than the people. That's the end of it. That's criminal. Think you're better than the people. We got to get together and learn where it's at. It's going to take a lot of hard work. Expecting for children is something else. You ought to do it on it. Every sister in this audience. Every sister in this audience ought to get yourselves together and come on down. Let's make the children program. So come down and help people in the morning. We have breakfast for children because we teach the people through practice, through observation and participation, that people have been very free. That people say, something that is the people. You're afraid of yourself. If you're afraid of socialism, you're afraid of yourself. We know they have our spit for us, we know they want us, but we're still saying that even though we could be in a sense, as far as this system goes, on the mountaintop, we in the Black Panther Party, because of our dedication and understanding what's in the valley, knowing that the people in the valley, knowing that we originally came from the valley, knowing that our flag is the same flag as the people in the valley, knowing that our enemies is on the mountaintop, our friends in the valley, we're going to be on the mountaintop. We're going to do that. I've been hard every day. I'll be in the streets propagandizing every day. I'll be working with everybody every day. I'll be out there with the thing. The end of the thing. So if you're going to be thinking about me, that's what Ronnie will be thinking. If you're going to be thinking about us, all we say is ain't no thing about going nowhere, getting killed. All we want to know is that you're doing what we'd be doing if we were here. But you got to do it. You can't do it unless you believe that you can do it. You know what I'm saying? We understand that they want everybody in the party in jail. If we know that if we try to figure out and separate and decide who should go and who shouldn't go, we spend more time doing that than working for the people. So the quick solution, anyone, nobody goes. Nobody. You want to stay right here with the people? Because we know. Okay, you put your hands down now. We got all power to all people. Just right now with the fight. I don't know the time. Yellow power, yellow. Big power, blue, to be let down. We say Panther power to spend our party. When you leave here, you saying last week, before you go to bed, next time I'm a road. Make that the last word. Jay, you don't wake up and somebody might leave you right there. They call it revolutionary happy hunting ground. See that? I am a revolutionary. We're going out. Okay, we're going to say why we're going out. And we're going to start praying. Don't that sound mad? Hey, let's do that. Free prayer. Free prayer. Free prayer. Free prayer. I ain't saying this.
All right, so let's have a discussion on material today. Everything from Roe v. Wade to, what is capitalism margin, what is revenue, input cost, all that, investment, capitalism, imperialism, racism, all these different things. Covered a huge swath of things today, so any kind of analysis is welcome, but the floor is open.
I just want to what you said about collectivism brings me back to a story that I actually came to understand about the first Richardson. And they actually settled on a farm in Pennsylvania with four, and they improved this entire tract of land together in order to actually make it cultivatable. Later on, his children moved to places like Caswell, Tennessee, and they did the same thing. Ended up with my 8th grade grandfather on a tract of land in Caswell, Claremont County, and it was him and one other family who actually completely improved 400 acres of land and made it arable. And it had started off as mostly just like rock and forest. I know that if we can work together to at least procure the land, then we should be able to work together to actually build a community of people who can work the land.
And that's a story that's like many different stories, it goes all the way back to the introduction of utopian socialism into the U.S. In the early 1800s, late 1800s. Well, yeah, I'd say one of the first times that socialism was ever. You might even be able to make the argument it's the only time, but the only time socialism was ever actually brought to the federal government as a viable doctrine, as a viable program, strategy, ideology, social fabric, these kinds of things. It was by a guy named Robert Owen, founded the New Harmony commune in Indiana. It's in southern Indiana. Small town now, but it's now defunct, but been so for a long time. But he brought this to, the U.S. Congress and Senate chambers. And we spoke to, widely known as like Thomas Jefferson, to Monroe, and all these different people. And they they rejected it, but they gave him funds to build a new Harmony commune. And this one of many, and what you're talking about may have been one as well. These settlements that were either received under the Homestead Act or through federal or state funding, or even through early philanthropist funds to create harmonious societies. They had ideas about socialism that basically we just need to get people together into collectives on the ground to build these little settlements that can be socialist settlements. The problem happens when we start looking at the analysis that Lenin gave about the state. And this is in the book State and Revolution, and some of you here, I'm sure, have read this, but the state is a capitalist dictatorship, and it has organs. One of those organs is special bodies of armed men. And so, they will, through tax law, through the federal, just the state police, the intelligence arms like the FBI and CIA, these kinds of organizations, through state law, through zoning, gradually demolish these. And it's not to say that they're not viable, right? Because one of the things that, and I wouldn't categorize this as utopian, because we understand what dual power is and these arms of the state and these kinds of things. And who runs the state. Part of that method exists in our understanding of the conditions in the U.S. Our line has to do with building base areas of, social, cultural, and political power, liberated zones. And so, we have a similar method with the understanding that that's not going to be all there is. You can't just build a liberated zone or multiple liberated zones all over the country and expect that to be the end of the struggle. It goes beyond that. It goes even after you've dominated that state, after the class has overthrown the oppressing class. At that point, recognize there is vestiges of that society, even pre-vestiges from, previous societies at play within the ideas and behavior of people within the rank and file and not in the rank and file, and within the practices of social forces. And they have to be, rooted out in various ways. They have to be worked against. And so, we can build communes. We can build liberated zones in the cities, even in the suburban. But we can't stop there. We got to go beyond that. We have to have state power. Because without state power, we cannot guarantee the survival of all people. We can't guarantee the means of life of all people, because certain aspects of that are controlled by the state or are controlled by a completely opposed class. So, I'm glad that you shared that, because this is important. And I think that this is a really key part of U.S. history in general. So thank you for sharing that. Rob, you got your hand up?
Yeah, I wanted to comment about something that really revolves around what Chairman Fred was talking about. And I just want to take this opportunity to combat reductionism in a sense. And I think that when they get taken to take into account that speech gets used in a bad way. So what I want to say is that, if those don't know what class reductionism is, basically like everything else, it just falls in line with class. So once we get rid of class, everything would just go away with it. And I think that there needs to be a healthy balance, which what we're dealing with on this issue, because ethnicity, culture, identity in general is just equally as important as class. One shouldn't supersede the other. Material conditions produced different identities before this class structure even exists, and they're going to exist afterwards. But what I want to say with that too is I see that a lot of right-wing socialists would be you saying that I'm going to disregard racism because it doesn't matter. I'm going to disregard transphobia, or I'm going to disregard homophobia because at the end of the day, the class is all that matters, and that's bullshit. That they both are issues that we need to combat together, and but no, I understand how Fred was putting it, when he was combating, on a way he was using a way of being able to work with each other, being able to work with people outside of your ethnicity, that in a negative. And I just wanted to chime in. I'm sure you can elaborate on what I'm saying a little better.
Yeah, so there is something that I will say is that we shouldn't be reductionist. That's very important to say, but we do need to remember that we are supposed to think about this dialectically. And when we say that, we mean that there are things that are principle. One of the things that's principle, the principal thing, is class. And when you change one, for example, class or culture or race or ethnicity or whatever it is, all the other parts of society change as well. So all the things that previous societies that are left over, just like identities and culture, those were all reflections of classes when class structures changed. Likewise, aspects of the class structure can change as well through culture. This is why I said a minute ago that after the revolution and our class achieved statehood, we still have to struggle through things like culture, through things like identity and tradition and all these different kinds of aspects of society. We still have to struggle with them. Now, when you eliminate class and as a structure in society, so there's one class, proletariat, and that's it, that also changes the culture. It also changes the identity as well. Over time, to get there, you have to achieve proletarian domination of the culture as well, over concepts like race and that. So certain things lead to these changes in one thing, lead to changes in another. So we do have to remember that even though race is not the primary contradiction in society, and there are other contradictions, and it can become principle too. So it's a fluid situation depending on the. Anyway, I think Tom can elaborate further. I think he had something to say.
Yeah, I don't think Fred was saying that you could just eliminate racism and by overthrowing capitalism, but he was saying that racism is a byproduct of capitalism. Yeah. That people didn't go over to Africa to enslave people because they didn't like black people. They went over to enslave people because they could profitably exploit them. And It was the exploitation that was the reason. Racism was an excuse for the super exploitation. And it continues to be that in society today. Even though, we abolished, so-called abolished slavery, the black workers' families of white workers, in the same category. When you fight for equal pay for all, you're eliminating a lot of racism. Same with women. Women make less money than men for the same jobs, which creates a basis for sexism. Well, they say, well, the man has to be the breadwinner because if the women and the man are equally bringing home that alters the balance of power within the family. Well, yeah, it does, and that's a good thing. That we believe in marriage where two people are equal and have an equal say in the family. Where you don't have a boss, a woman, where you have a partnership. So equality brings about social change that's good. We think it's good anyway. But there's a material basis of inequality that prevents that.
Yeah.
And conservatives are those inequalities because they think that the culture of exploitation is good. That the man should be the boss and the woman the servant. That the white should be the boss and the black, I remember seeing an interview down in the poorest county in Alabama, and they're talking to poor whites that are basically living in trash, shacks that are got an outhouse instead of a bathroom, and the sewage runs right into a field through an open trench. And they're saying that they would rather be poor than see, using the N-word, black have equality with them. And that's brainwashing. That's false consciousness to the nth degree. That the reason why those counties are so poor is because the working people aren't united. If you go to where the an auto plant is, half the workers might be white and the other half black or brown, but they have a stronger sense of class consciousness. So when they go on strike, they go out united, and they call each other brother and sister, and they realize that to get a better wage is totally dependent upon the necessity of working together and standing strong together. That's class consciousness. And the Fred is out to build class consciousness, not to negate the questions of racism, sexism, homophobia, whatever, but to be able to deal with them in an effective way. I remember there was a strike where the person that was elected was a trans person. And it was because she, went out there with a lavender beret and, a scarf around her neck, But everybody recognized that, she made the best picket captain because of her determination, to win the strike. So even conservative, elder workers, even though they might snicker at the way the person acted, recognize that this was the right person for the job and supported her. And that's class consciousness. And it trumps all these other prejudices when the chips are down. During the independent trucker strike, I was at a meeting of the independent truckers that had taken over a truck stop, and one of the leaders got up and he said, and again using the N-word, he said, from this point on, it doesn't matter if you're white or, N-word black. Point on, we all got to be brothers. We all got to watch each other's back. And obviously this guy in his personal life had grown up to be a racist. But he recognized that if they were going to win that strike, he had to put that in the shelf. He had to push it aside and literally unite as class brothers and sisters. And forces you to see what's really, the prejudices and so forth. It's the necessity of standing together. And in the course of that, a lot of these backward ideas and prejudices that are within our class.
I think Bob has a response.
Yeah, real quick, I want to just respond as I do understand that how Fred Hampton, I was just speaking out. People want to interpret it in the wrong way, but I do want to say this, and I understand the primary contradictions in what we're talking about. So like, I just want to say that how if it's not equal, it's up. It's close. It's up there, and the reason why I'm going to say that is because if right now we had a social right like today, and the means of production were put into the working class hands, well, the majority of the working class is racist white people. So therefore, all you did was just change the dynamics, but it's still in the hands of racist white people. That's why I say it's equally important or close to. In Israel right now, something really helps with the primary content that a lot of times it is it's acceptable, socially acceptable within the imperial core because so many people are racist and they don't see the problem with invading a country of color, so on and so forth. But once you combat that in a way of, yes, finding a way of finding some type of class solidarity across all lines, where these are your working brothers and sisters overseas, then you can see that racism start to come down, right? It works together. And that's all I wanted to elaborate on that. I did more along the lines is like, to be honest, Pat Sox using this speech in a way of justifying disregarding race as important. But that's all. But everything you guys are saying is valid.
Yeah. But if I recall correctly, your analysis is that there are racist ass superstructure, specifically in the base, that we have exploitation all over the world along racial lines and in the U.S. as well. And then proletarian control over those things, there would still be vestiges within the base post-revolution. And there are aspects of the superstructure that would have vestiges too. Is it essentially your argument here?
Yep, you're right.
Okay, yeah.
Could I catch y'all, man, comrade?
Absolutely.
Okay. Out to the people. I think the comrade made an excellent point. When from a historical perspective, looking at race within the confines of a revolutionary organization. And I'm going to just pick out one that I think is seminal and important. And that was the PAIG RGC under Amilcar Cabral. There you had two different forces within the same organization. There's others, but I think this is a serious point that we should just gloss over. And Amilcar Cabral was a Marxist to the core and believed in socialism, these are the means of production, all that stuff. And you had that were of the Portuguese extraction, so to speak, ideologically and physically. A lot of these were biracial leaders, a part of the PAIGC. Excuse me, these were nationalist leaders that were a part of the PAIGC that didn't want to do anything with Marxism, he would write revolutionaries. And this was because race is a pivotal factor in a lot of people's lives. And the best way we can explain it is to do what I think Huey did when he was asked a question pertaining to race. Outside of the fact that every Conrad made a good point, post capitalism, there would be vestiges of all kind of nasty isms, sexism, racism, discrimination against LGBTQ brothers and sisters. There would still be vestiges of tribalism, people and all kind of narrow ideas. And this is what Mao talked about when he said that once you achieve socialism, don't forget the new leaders of the new state now want to rest on their laurels. They want to bring up divisions. They don't want to go forward because they are the way things are. And that's a real thing, especially in Africa, you know, where these leaders achieved independence. They didn't work on dealing with the race question, so to speak. They worked on dealing with relationships with the former colonizer. You know, they worked on dealing with relationships with companies that wanted to continue to exploit the masses of the people. Race is very important, but it don't trump class. But I think it's right up there with class, especially in this white supremacist world. And I think Huey makes a good point about it. He said, drawing from Plato's Republic, Newton says people living in a cave. They have been there all their lives. At the end of the cave shines a light. Now, one person among them knows the light is the sun. The rest are afraid of the light. They have lived in darkness and think that the light is evil. Now, let's say the person who knows about the light tells them it's not evil and tries to lead them out of the cave. They'll fight and probably overpower and maybe even kill him because all they know is darkness. And so quite likely would be fearful of the light. So instead, he has to gradually lead them toward the light. Well, it's the same with knowledge. Gradually, you have to lead people toward an understanding of what's happening. Remember, one never drops a flower pot on the head of the masses. And what Huey has said here is that when you communities, there are going to be instances where people reject the Marxist ideal, the class ideal. It's our job to explain it, to show and practice, material practice, what can come out of class consciousness among Asians and the Latinos that live in these ghettos in the North. But at the same time, we have to take into consideration that race still plays a part in the division of these ethnic groups in our barriers. Even amongst blacks, even amongst new Africans and Africans, there's a sort of superficial kind of difference, not just in class conditions, the way we live, but also in racial outlook. Mental, they have the same baggage of misinformation that everyone else have when they come to these communities about blacks and poor people that live here. One of them is we're not enthusiastic about surviving, we're lazy, we're on welfare. These are issues that have to be resolved during the process of the revolution, after, but in the process of the revolutionary struggle. And this is where I think Tom made a good point, when he said that all these issues will be resolved in the struggle. The contradiction between incorrect and correct ideas. That's how you build class consciousness. I wanted to piggyback off that, and someone else can chime in off of it. All power to the people.
Floor is open if you want to respond to Shaka, or if you have an analysis or commentary, anything like that.
I agree with everything you just said. I love how he put it, and especially how bringing Mao and Dewey together on those stuff. It's that we don't try to hit it up head up. We can room of racist people like, you guys are racist, so shut up. You got to get them in a way where they could listen and spoon feed them, so to speak, to get people to join the class struggle. And yeah, no, for sure. And then within the struggle, like, especially when everyone's out here trying to meet or try to get rid of this corrupt system, whatever struggle we meet people at, that within these streets, that's where people are going to be like, you know what, this is a good person. This is my comrade. Just like when you're inside the penitentiary, when you're in their struggle, feeding each other, all those other issues go out the window. Yeah. And you start to really see the issues for what they really are. And it has nothing to do with, you're my enemy, but we understand that this system is the enemy.
I want to pick back off of that, comrade Rob, and point. There was this fight in San Quentin prison between the various social forces there, George and the Panthers and the Black Guerrilla family, the Aryan Nation, and various assortment of prisoners of different ideological tendencies. But the dominant forces in San Quentin were the Aryan Brotherhood and the Black Panther Party / the BGF, Black Guerrilla family. You had this cat named Mancini. Mancini was one of these tough white prisoners, and he was a logical kind of cat. He didn't have a deep analysis of historical dialectical materialism, or workings of international capitalism. But he was one of the cats that George used to talk to all the time. They had different historical perspectives, different ways of marshaling our ideology for revolution. They was on different sides of the equation. And George told his comrades, if we can only stop using the word honky and explain that all of us are prisoners, that all of us face the oppression and repression of prison life, then we could get some results. He was explaining that to the Black comrades because they were just vociferous or not wanting to deal with anything white. And I understand that immediate need to strike out against any white pursuit. That's that first level of consciousness that most of us Black nationalists come into. where we hate everything that's white. And here we was trying to bring, George was trying to bring these cats along to that second stage of class development, class consciousness. And don't you know that because of the persistent work of the Black Panther Party, they were able to unite not just the Black and the Chicano, but also some elements of the Aryan Brotherhood to fight against the pigs, fight against the inhumanity that they were experiencing, because it was a tactical thing. They all experienced massive repression. Class trumped at that time race. That didn't mean race was included, because right after the whatever results they wanted to get, they went back to fighting each other. That we're going to turn out to be one maniacal group fighting against another maniacal group if we don't get our shit together. So race and class are intersecting in the 21st century. Intersecting throughout America's history. But when we explain it, we have to say it intersects. Especially in certain ethnic groups, marginalized and discriminated against, like the native indigenous people. Some of these reservations don't even have full electricity running throughout the whole reservation. They got a medical care, a doctor is probably, you got one doctor to 1,000 people, and it's located from the reservation 10 miles. Water is bad in the Delta of Mississippi. Go look at some of those spots. Folks are still living in archaic ages, living in decadence. So race and class intersect. But when we form units of size, have to trump that. And we have to explain it to our brothers and sisters of different racial persuasions, why it's necessary that we resolve our superficial differences along racial lines. And the best way to go at it is to say it's a social construct. It's not real. Even the geneticists of the intelligentsia, the capitalist intelligentsia, say that everybody is 99% alike underneath our skin. That is 1% that separates us, and that's our hair texture and our phenotype. So race was used to extract out of us all of the labor power that they can get. And when you explain that to folk and give them examples and shit, they can get with that. But we have to be out front with that. We have to be good at bringing people along so they can see that, instead of just saying, if you don't adopt class consciousness, we can't be dogmatic like that. We can't be reductionist like that. We can't be sectarian like that. We have to go into these places and use the ideological tools that socialism, communism gives to us. And another example, and I'm going to think this is so important, Mao was on the long march from the Kuomintang when they were betrayed and they killed thousands and thousands of red comrades. And Mao had to go through this territory. And Conrad should read this in China, a book by Edgar Snow. He was there marching right alongside with Mao. He's a British a historian, so to speak. Anyway, Mao had to go through a particular territory. And the cats that he sent out to do connoisseur work, to do work, surveil the area he got there, came back saying, Mao, these bitches here. These are tribalistic folk. They were Muslims. He said they never even seen a foreigner in their part of the area of China. That's how rugged and remote they were in China, right? And so Mao said, okay, give me a political commissar that can go into this area with me and negotiate with their leadership. So Mao went into this area. I'm talking about it was rugged. The weather was terrible. And these tribesmen, these Muslims, this was the lifebeat of their existence. And when Mao went into negotiations with these cats, they were so dogmatic on not allowing Mao or anybody to trespass their territory because they never witnessed that shit before. But at of their conversation, brothers and sisters, Mao was able to persuade them that they were class brothers, that they shared the same land. And he explained that they were fighting for freedom against slavery and all that kind of stuff. And don't you know, they declared themselves a Muslim. The Muslims declared themselves a part of freedom and liberation. Because Mao was able to persuade them through logic, through science, and based on the conditions in which they lived in. He didn't disregard their traditions, their culture. Mao was highly respectful. And that's how we approach other organizations dealing with the race question. We have to be respectful. We have to explain it as forcefully as possible, but with evidence. With evidence. And like Mao said, if we don't have recruits, if we don't have a big enough organization, infrastructure to do and continue power, if we don't have a lot of food, if we don't have a lot of newspapers, then that means we have the wrong ideological line. That means we have incorrect line. That's what Mao said. Correct ideological line, and then we'll get everything that we need in terms of building base areas of social, cultural, and political power. So that's all I wanted to say, brothers and sisters, and I apologize for being long-winded. I just thought that this was an interesting topic that was brought up. All power to the people.
All power. And with that, we're going to have to end for today. We're over about.
Can I just tell one anecdote?
Yeah, but it's got to be brief because I got something I got to do.
Yeah, okay, let me. Up in the Pennsylvania coal regions, there was a strong ethnic divide, not between, because there wasn't many blacks or brown people up there, but between the Irish and the Welsh on the one hand, and the Eastern Europeans on the other. And this was manifesting in a fight within the USW between Jacob, who was the leader of Miners for Democracy, and Tony Boyle, who was the head of the union. And because they were afraid of Yablonsky, they had just assassinated him and his family. And so we're up there at a commemoration of the Mortimer Massacre in Mortimer, Pennsylvania, where dozens of Eastern European miners had been gunned down by vigilantes who were, Welsh and Irish mostly. And so at the commemoration, we were putting up a monument. They had the Miners for Democracy there, Royal Gang, and us, the White Panthers. We had a couple of dozen White Panthers. And so the Royal Gang opens up their coats to show that they're packed. So we opened up our blue jean jackets to show we were packed. And so we had a Mexican standoff, and the Miners for Democracy are like clinging to us, like, because we were ready to rock and roll. So the leader of the Boyle gang comes over to me and he's like, "You guys are White Panthers, huh?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He said, "Don't you know that the Black Panthers are just going to use water?" I said, "Don't you know that if you fuck with us, you fuck with the Young Lords, you fuck with the Black Panthers, you fuck with the American Indian movement. We come down in a united front and we'll pay you." And so they like, hey, we're not trying to start no trouble. You know, we don't want no trouble. And they're moved to try to intimidate the people, you know, at the commemoration when that went south, because they saw that when you stand up to a bully, you know, and show them that behind you, they're the ones that are going to back down. That's just what I wanted to say.
All power.
All power to the people.
Well, all right, we're going to close out for the day. Thank you all for attending. Our next class is going to be Sunday, 3 o'clock next week, because I got executive committee meeting every Sunday. I had to cancel today because of arrangements, and we're no longer doing Saturdays because I have to do work at the garden on Saturdays. So so Sundays are going to be the day. And next week, week 7. And then, you know, after week 8, we'll have a week where I'll work with each person who attended the class. I'll give them a quiz on the material, just to gauge where y'all are at. And then we'll have kind of we'll have a day at the end of that week on a Sunday, where, you know, we have Tom and Shakur here, and they'll all engage with everybody. We're all at as far as this batch of UPM. Sorry, so all power to the people. Thank you all for attending.
All power to the people still there.
All power.
Kids, I love you.
Recording stopped.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Just don't worry about it. Learn how to use